labeling.
Gotcha. So what I'm more concerned about is our enforcement now in terms of many years, several years ago, we just chose to make tobacco enforced by the Liquor Commission, along with because the Liquor Commission was already going into these convenience stores and regulating the sale of the products at that spot. So that theoretically, my concern is that we passing this theoretically now is our Liquor Commission enforcement in terms of enforcing the current statute related to tobacco and smoking products, because I know we put piping and we put those little vaping stuffs in with that statute that's all in together. Are they going to be enforcing this new section?
There's nothing in the bill that specifically requires them to enforce this. We have had conversations with the Liquor Commission. I don't know if they're here. It would be helpful if they were here to answer those questions. But
not here.
my understanding is that to the extent that they have access to licensed facilities for tobacco and liquor, with this prohibition, they could also enforce the law after this is
I
passed.
guess would it be the 439A? Is that in there? Is that picked up by the enforcement division now? Okay, you'll help me out
439,
with that.
439A, the hemp law, sits under the Department of Agriculture grant of statutory authority.
Right.
Again, my understanding is that the Liquor Commission has broad authority to enforce state law generally. And so this prohibition or this clarity that these products were never intended to be legal would be caught up by Liquor Commission's general authority to enforce state law in a general way.
Okay, great. Any other questions to the committee? Yes, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Just you said you're not sure if they are actually IDing people who are buying it. Are they supposed to? Like, is the law on the books now that you have to be 21 to buy this, or is hemp?
No.
So
There's no law on the books.
So a 10-year-old could walk in and buy it if they felt like it.
Yes.
All right.
This legislation saying prohibiting it, this would prohibit the sale to anybody. So there wouldn't even be an ID involved. This is prohibiting that sale of these products to anybody, period.
That is correct.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. My question has to do with clarifying the wording. There's some wording in here that I'm not clear on. For instance, it says that THC greater than 0.03%, and maybe you're not the right person for me to ask this, but the law talks about 0.3%, that hemp is defined as a variety of cannabis that's 0.3%. So is 0.03% a mistake? The second thing is that Delta 9 THC can be developed from a cannabis variety, but cannot be developed from a hemp variety that meets the 0.3%. So there's terminology in here that's conflicting, and I'm getting very confused.
Sure. Again, Mr. Simon behind me will be able to provide more detail. However, 0.03% is the correct amount of legal THC in industrial hemp products. And secondly, from those plants, from legal industrial hemp plants, which are legal because that they have a THC level of under 0.03%, they can extract CBD can be extracted from those legal industrial hemp plants that are under the THC level. And the CBD, then, the chemical that is extracted, can be converted chemically, synthetically, back into Delta 9 THC, which is the active ingredient in cannabis. It can also be synthesized into Delta 8 THC. It can also be synthesized into many other THC cannabinoids that appear in cannabis plants in small doses, and novel cannabinoids that do not appear in nature at all.
I must say, I treated that 0.03% as like our non-alcohol beer. It says on it has to be less than 0.05%. So there was some products just can't help it, have something in it, some grain of it, but it has to be this de minimis number to say it's got to be less than that.
So it's a very reduced form of hemp.
Exactly.
I see.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Um, just so I'm clear, I've seen on store counters products labeled CBD and products labeled THC. I honestly don't know that much about what they do, and I have actually never purchased any of them. Um, uh, but my question is, this statute would completely prohibit the sale of the THC products, but would allow the CBD products. Is that correct?
That is correct. CBD products are the general difference between CBD and THC is that CBD is non-intoxicating. THC is the product in cannabis that is intoxicating. So yes, you're right. This bill would do nothing with regard to legal CBD. The federal government has legalized CBD as a product, but not THC.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. So we're talking about this 0.03%. What percentage THC are being sold in products around the state? Do we know, has there been any analysis done?
We can only go by their labels. I believe Mr. Simon has passed out, emailed the committee. There's an image here of a label that was purchased in New Hampshire at 92% THC. Another one that has 10 milligrams of THCP. So we're talking about labeling, which is astronomically higher than the 0.03%.
Representative Waltz.
Thank you. Can you tell us exactly what are these products that don't have like an age minimum? I mean, are they edible products? Is it like
Yes.
medicinal?
You want to get a little
type of
closer to the
rubber?
microphone.
I just
These,
asked what
these
what
products
type
have
of
a,
products
they
are.
have, there are a range of products, including vape cartridges,
Okay, so for vape, as a question was already asked,
gummies,
it's
so edibles, vape cartridges, and perhaps others, tinctures.
okay,
Any
but
way
there
they
is-
can, any form that they can sell it, they will.
right. But isn't there a age like there are for cigarettes? Isn't there an age?
That's the
limit?
problem. There's no regulation. That's what we're about to pass here.
Okay, good.
And what we're going to pass is something you will like. We're
Good.
banning it all
And I'm
together.
glad everyone here.
We're not
likes it
even
too.
talking about age here. We're banning it all together.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Representative Purcelli.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'd like to push a little bit more on the enforcement. So these, laws prohibiting the sale, look very good or, right, sound reasonable, but it's always the enforcement. So I think we said it was the Liquor Commission, but I'm not.
We certainly can take it up in subcommittee, but I think we might want to make a reference to make sure that the Liquor Commission,
They're, and
the
they're
liquor
on board.
enforcement.
And then how would they do that and what?
They do it
would
now,
the-
right now, when they come in and they inspect what's on the shelf. Yeah. But and more
Right.
importantly, obviously, they're concerned about the sales, and who's whether you're old enough and qualified to buy the cigarettes, with the way that the statute was today.
Right.
But in this case, that they would be looking on the shelf and telling the vendor to remove a product.
Okay. So appropriate enforcement would be critical to this.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Don't want to pass something that's not enforced.
To
we do
clarify,
everything.
if I may, to clarify, my testimony was not that the Liquor Commission was on board. My testimony was that the Liquor Commission is aware of this bill, and we wish they were here.
Okay. So let's see now. I was not asked for questions yet. Representative McAleer.
Thank you. So my understanding that a lot of these products are on the shelves in gas stations, et cetera, et cetera. And I noticed, and so those will be illegal. I noticed that this bill would be active after 60 days. That tells me that these people would maybe do a fire sale to get rid of all this stuff because if they don't, they have to throw it away. Would it make more sense to make this bill be effective immediately so that doesn't happen?
the Department of Health and Human Services doesn't have an opinion. Yes, it might, but the Liquor Commission, to the extent that they choose to enforce this, may need some time to ramp up, any kind of enforcement. 60 days is a standard effective
Yeah,
date.
so this question comes up often. We actually have a statute that tells when effective date should be based upon the type of statute. So yes, there is multiple choices. You can be upon passage, which is the governor signing it, so that's still delayed, 60 days, and then January 1st of the following year. And usually is based upon giving the person, whoever might potentially be selling the illegal product, to give them time to get rid of their inventory. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. As I'm sure you know, a legalized cannabis bill has passed the House. How would this bill interact with the provisions of that bill, assuming, of course, that that bill passes the Senate and is signed by the governor, which I know it is far from guaranteed, but assuming that bill is enacted, and this bill is enacted, obviously legalized cannabis contains THC. I think that's the whole point. So how would these two bills interact?
House Bill 639 establishes a rigid regulatory structure for cannabis products to be sold, including a limitation on an age restriction, so 21 plus. So we have a regulated product available only to 21 years old and older. This dovetails with that in that it removes these products that are not regulated, so we don't know what's in them, potentially unsafe, and available to minors from the market. You could argue that these products, if legalization happened, if rec was alive and well right now, that these products are directly competing with products that are produced legally and at the agreed upon tax rate.
Follow-up question?
Yeah, I would say if you look at the word statute, it's 439A4, it says hemp-derived products. So the difference is that 639 is a cannabis product, when this is just directing the issue of hemp.
Follow-up question?
Further question you may inquire.
Thank you. So this bill would prohibit products not regulated under HB 639.
That's correct.
Okay.
Further question?
Perhaps the hemp derived is a sufficient clarification. We might want to add a little more wording clarification to make it clear that the two bills wouldn't interfere with each other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, normally what we would have said in 639, it would say notwithstanding other statutes, but obviously the statute didn't exist in the books. But I think that the way this says nothing in this chapter, it just basically, because this is the agricultural products. So it's just saying nothing in this chapter. So it really does not conflict with 639 at all. Because
Thank you.
they're different parts of the chapter. But notwithstanding that, we're still thinking we're going to have the same enforcement, which would be the Liquor Enforcement Division.
House Bill 639 had a number of amendments, as you know. My memory says that the definition of cannabis in 639 excludes hemp. So we can check that to make sure.
Yes.
But I believe 639 has an exclusion that cannabis that's being regulated by 639 does not include.
I get the head shake. Yes. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Oh, Representative Walsh has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the cannabis versus hemp,
Close
but
to-
this still says cannabis in here. So this bill is still talking about use of cannabis for therapeutic purposes. So should everywhere where it says cannabis, should it be changed to hemp?
No, Section 1 of this bill is a different RSA entirely. That's 126X12 with regard to the therapeutic cannabis law under the Department of Health and Human Services. Section 2 is under the hemp bill. In Section 2, RSA 439A has a definition of hemp that you're not seeing in this.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Section 1 is only for the ATCs, which, yes, that is cannabis. Section 2 is a wholly different section. It was a not somewhat germane amendment when the Senate added on there, which is probably unusual for them to find anything germaneness. But but anyway, yeah, they're two different sections, two
Thank
different
you.
RSAs. Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other question. I'm trying to understand where and how this problem was created. So it was the 2018 Farm Bill that the U.S. Congress passed that created this issue. Is that correct?
That is correct. Again, Matt Simon's going to do some very thorough cleanup behind me on the history of the hemp bill. But yes, the federal 2018 hemp bill or farm bill legalized industrial hemp. And over the past 5 years, technology has been discovered, utilized that would allow CBD derived from legal industrial hemp, federally illegal and state legal industrial hemp, to be converted into THC products.
Okay. And
Further question.
follow up. So I'd be curious, is there any effort at the federal level to solve the problem that they created, and what are they doing about it?
Yes, yes and no. It's insufficient, but the feds have done have made certain announcements regarding certain hemp derived products. My belief is that they have stated that THC products that do not appear in any way in a cannabis plant are still controlled substances, and yet they have not gone so far as to say Delta 9, Delta 8, and other THC cannabinoids that are in cannabis are unlawful. They're working on it.
Let alone we know that federal government's not the great when it comes to enforcement of some of the statutes on the state level. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, Matt Simon from Primane TC, who tell us how we got here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable committee. I bet you thought you were done with cannabis policy for the session. Sorry to disappoint
We
you.
have no disillusion that this is just the beginning.
Well, this bill is much shorter than HB 639, so I'm confident that we can deal with it in one day. But unfortunately, as you've already gotten a taste, the subject itself is rather complicated. So I'll bet some of you were not aware until this morning that these hemp-derived THC products exist. Now you know, so I'll back up and explain just a little bit. So for many years, one of the harms associated with cannabis prohibition is that it created a market for dangerous alternatives. People couldn't go to a store and buy regular botanical Delta-9 cannabis, so they would seek out various alternatives. About a decade ago, we had a study commission in New Hampshire dealing with products called K2 and Spice, which were called sometimes synthetic marijuana, but really they were just different types of plant matter that were sprayed with different chemicals that were designed to resemble cannabinoids, but nobody really knew what they were. They produced a high something like cannabis and therefore were popular and also very problematic because they're more harmful than cannabis and we don't know what they are. So we wrapped our policy heads around that. We prohibited those products, and flash forward to 2018 when Congress passed the hemp legislation as part of the Farm Bill. At the time, nobody, or maybe a very tiny number of people, knew that it was chemically possible to grow fields of hemp, harvest the CBD, cannabidiol, and then use chemicals to convert all of that CBD into basically any variant of THC you might want. You can convert it into Delta-9 THC, which is the same molecule that's available in cannabis, or you can convert it into one of these other varieties of THC that I'd never heard of until a few years ago. So Delta-8 THC is the one that became a really popular thing first. I happened to be in Texas in February of 2021 when this broke in the Washington Post. There was this big story about Delta 8 products, hemp-derived THC, and you can get it anywhere, and Texas was ground zero for that. So I went straight to the nearest vape shop. I bought a Delta 8 vape cartridge, look, a little something like this, and I took it to the nearest disc golf course. I inhaled twice. I went to the first tee, and by the time I was on the first tee, I realized that, wow, Congress has legalized THC sales inadvertently through the hemp law, and this is going to be a policy complication of epic proportions for states to deal with. So since then, these products have proliferated. They're available in edible form. They're available. Sometimes you'll see hemp flowers, look just like cannabis flower, but it's hemp flower, and they'll be sprayed down with these cannabinoids to give the effect that resembles cannabis. So 10 years ago, I called Spice and K2 the bathtub gin of cannabis prohibition. I said we need to make regular cannabis available because people will always want these substitutes. Now, fortunately, not that many people are using K2 and Spice. That's still available, but it's primarily people who are trying to evade a drug test. Since those aren't real cannabinoids, they usually won't show up on a drug test. Now, these products mostly will show up on a drug test, but they're very popular because they're very available. They are, as we've heard, available at gas stations, vape shops, mail order. They're really quite available. And until really recently, that was just Delta 8 and Delta 10, which are somewhat less intoxicating than Delta 9 THC. So in recent months, I've become very alarmed to see new THC variants that I've never heard of. And again, I've been consuming Delta 9 THC for over 25 years pretty regularly. It's a substance that's well understood, that humans have thousands of years of experience with. THCO acetate, I'd never heard of that until pretty recently. It's several times more potent than Delta 9 THC, and then I started getting emails about products called THCH, THCJD, THCP. The last three I mentioned are all supposed to be at least 25 times more potent than Delta 9 THC. So I'm a little bit alarmed. Okay, I'm actually pretty alarmed that these products are widely available. And even if I didn't care about people having bad experiences with these products, I think they reflect very badly on the regulated systems that we're trying to create around actual cannabis. So every time a teenager uses one of these products, that's a statistic, the same as if they used Delta 9 THC. If they get caught at school vaping this in the bathroom, that gets blamed on legal regulated cannabis, not on a loophole in the hemp law. This was purchased right down the street by one of my colleagues. It has THCP in it. And if some kid vapes that and has a mental health problem or something like that resulting, that will be blamed on legal regulated cannabis, not on a loophole in the hemp law. So this bill began as a bill that was, I think, hostile to the ATCs. It was solely attempting to impose strict labeling requirements on the ATCs. These are the products we sell. They're already very heavily regulated. They have to be in opaque child-resistant packaging. All the cannabinoids have to be displayed on the label. All of the terpenes have to be displayed on the label. There's independent batch-specific lab testing. Boring packaging. This bill began as a solution in search of a problem. And unlike most bills that begin that way, it actually found its problem. When the Senate Judiciary Committee learned that there was a widespread availability of THC products that they had not authorized, that they certainly did not intend to authorize in 2019 when they passed the hemp law, they amended this bill to clarify the hemp law. So I would suggest that it's completely not only consistent, but essential to the goals of HB 639. Not that these products be banned, but if they're going to be sold, they need to be sold within the same regulated system that other THC products are sold under, and they need to be independently lab tested in a batch specific way, and they need to be subject to all the same packaging requirements and the same gotta show an ID and the same everything. To do otherwise is irresponsible policy and puts the goals of HB 639 very much at risk, in my opinion. So it's actually been organizations like NORML. I passed out NORML's Guide to Delta 8 THC and other novel cannabinoids. NORML's been advocating for legal cannabis and claiming, they're the lobby that represents cannabis consumers, in their words. And they're leading the charge along with cannabis journalists like at Leafly and other outlets. It was Leafly that first shone the light on the vaping crisis a few years ago when people were developing lung injuries from unregulated THC vapes. It was Leafly that figured out what that actually was. It was an additive called vitamin E acetate that was killing people, and another great reason to have regulated supply chain for cannabis. So at this point, it's begun to be Leafly and NORML joined by public health organizations. I'm pleased that New Futures is behind me. We often disagree, but we agree on this one. Again, if people want to try these novel THC variants, I'm all for letting them do that, but they need to know what they're doing. They need to know what these products are, and they should not assume that you see this on a shelf, it looks like a regulated product. It must be legal, can't be bad for me. And there's a sense that, well, it's made from cannabis or it's made from hemp, therefore it's safe. Well, cannabis itself has a well-established safety profile, but squeezing oils out of it, and the big risk is in the chemical conversion process, because when you're converting CBD to any of these THC variants, you're using chemicals to do it, you're leaving residuals, and if you do not scrub that product very thoroughly when you're done, it could have anything in it, and it should be a cause of concern. So one last thing, and then I'll go to questions. I just noticed that the decimal is in the wrong place. It should be 0.3, not 0.03. So good catch, Representative, and that is something this committee should fix to be consistent with federal and state hemp law. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Representative Herbert is the first hand I saw.
My question actually is a policy one. What is the policy that we're being asked to,
Speak to the microphone.
what is the policy?
The policy
question?
is
What is the
is to
policy we're-
ban these products in New Hampshire.
Okay, so that is what we're going to be voting on.
You're voting on banning hemp-derived products containing THC.
I would suggest, yes, that's correct, but I think it's a little more specific than that. I think it's a clarification that the hemp law does not authorize the sale of these products. These products could conceivably be sold through the regulated system established by HB 639. That's another section of law. There was a paragraph in there directing the commission to study hemp-derived THC and whether it should be sold. I don't know if that's still in the bill or not, but that's something they're supposed to look at and study. But it's the hemp law that shouldn't be authorizing these products. It wasn't intended to do so, and if they're going to be sold, they should be sold through the system under 639.
Further question, you may inquire.
My question is, are we here in the committee supposed to write this law, or are we just doing a policy?
The law is written. That's what the bill is. That's the bill. The bill is the law, and we're going to vote yes or no. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm hearing that recommendations this gentleman is making.
He's talking about in 639, the bill that we did pass already. There is a study committee in there to look into what to do with these hemp products and whether we should allow them or not, and assuming that if we were to allow them, that they would be licensed and controlled and regulated just like we did with marijuana in HB 639.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
I have two questions. The first is, will this bill cover all of these dangerous derivatives?
I believe it does. So the language includes the line, which appear in any formulation including Delta 8 THC, Delta 9 THC, or any other THC isomer variant. So I'm not a chemist, but my understanding is that that language covers if next week there's a THC XYZ, that would be a THC isomer variant and it would already be covered.
Follow up, please.
Father, further question you may inquire?
My other question is, this picture that you put for us, it's for people who aren't looking at it. It says Ghost Train Haze, Cloud 8, mind bending. Kids are, I mean, this is the kind of thing kids are gonna either put in their pockets or ask a friend to buy for them. And I don't know whether it was legislation that put cigarettes behind the counter in locked up, but it seems to me these type of products need to be there as well.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any regulation at all. So we have seen these products sitting directly on the shelf where a kid could reach them. And I'll add the back of that package has some adjectives, hazy, euphoric. One of them is Schwifty. Does anybody know what Schwifty is? That's a cartoon reference. Rick and Morty get Schwifty on Rick and Morty. So it's not something that we use in our educational materials at the ATC, I can assure you.
Okay, Representative Bullion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, does anybody know who is making these products?
Absolutely. Our CEO gets emails all the time from these companies trying to sell us kilos of THC this and THC that. We obviously have to produce everything in-house for the therapeutic cannabis program, but they try to convince us they're 100% federally legal and you can buy them for pennies on the dollar, and it's pretty alarming to us, but it's largely hemp companies in places like Texas and Florida and some other states that have really developed hemp industries. Part of it's caused by the FDA abdicating its responsibility to regulate CBD products. They've grown all this CBD. There's demand for CBD products, but there's also demand for this stuff. And if you can make more converting it, they're doing what makes sense to them economically until somebody tells them they can't. It depends on who you ask.
We're going to make it illegal. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for you based on the testimony we've just heard with respect to 0.03. So, and then a question for Mr. Simon. 0.03. This is what was passed by the Senate, so we're going to have to clean this up and fix
This bill
and then
will
I'll-
need
then
some
I'll have to go
amendment.
back to
Yes,
them
this
again
will
if
go
it-
to a subcommittee
So-
this afternoon.
Right. So assuming that we change this to 0.3, which we will, then we pass this and it's got to go back to the Senate.
They will have to
Because
concur.
this is not just a typographical error. They actually passed this at 0.03. Yeah, okay. So the question for you, sir, is, can you tell me about 0.03? Why not 0.02 or 0.00 or 0.04? What's the science on this, and why was as we now know, was 0.3 selected?
Thank you for the question.
Thanks.
I don't know, but that was the policy decision made by Congress when it passed the federal hemp legislation, and that was the policy decision made by New Hampshire legislature when it passed New Hampshire's hemp legislation. So it is 0.3, and that's
Federally, it's 0.3.
generally accepted to be the standard for hemp.
So, so presumably, there's some science to the effect that less than 0.3 is not a problem, but 0.3 is some kind of a threshold where anything at 0.3 or above is deemed to be dangerous.
Yeah,
We cannot-
I'll
can I
intervene. I'll
infer
intervene.
that?
This is just like
Do we
with
infer
beer.
that?
Right now with beer, that that it was it's 0.5 is considered, and basically the issue was always is that some products just have it naturally, like beer. Some things you can't truly get it all the alcohol out. It has something, so they set it de minimis. It's a federal number, so we're not reinventing any wheel here. We're taking a number that the feds had already analyzed it and decided that the THC, as long as it has less than 0.3 in it, was okay.
We still don't know the answer to the question, but we are adopting the federal 0.3.
Correct.
Okay. We don't, but you can't answer my question. Nobody knows. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Spear.
And this may, thank you, and this may be a clarification that I'm asking for. So based on everything that I've heard, it sounds like even though you define something as hemp and it's 0.3 THC, Delta 9, I think is what they defining it as, that variety, not any other variety, that variety.
Correct.
You can chemically alter 0.3 THC hemp, THC Delta 9 temp, into a whole bunch of other things that can in fact end up being much worse than the Delta 9.
That's correct.
What's in typically in cannabis.
Yeah, and to clarify, it's not the small amount of Delta 9 THC that's being converted in most cases. It's the very large amount of CBD. Hemp plants produce large amounts of non-psychoactive CBD, and that's what's being chemically converted. There are two arguments that these companies make when they say these products are federally legal. One is that anything made from hemp is a legal hemp product, a natural hemp product, as long as it does not contain more than 0.3% THC. So one of the loopholes is actually to make edibles that are very bulky, and they're bulky enough to comply with that. So it's 0.3%, but it's like, imagine a loaf of bread that's 0.3% THC. That would have enough THC to get somebody plenty intoxicated. So that's one of the legal theories. We're seeing bulky edibles that actually do contain Delta 9 sold, and they're claiming it's federally legal. The other is that it hinges on whether these products are synthetic or natural. So there's a Federal Analogs Act that says synthetic drugs are illegal. And in my opinion, these are all synthetics because they are being synthesized. You're taking CBD, you're adding chemicals, you're making a new compound that barely exists in nature. And to me, that's very plainly a synthetic. But the DEA somehow has taken the position that if it occurs in nature in any amount, which Delta 8 does in trace amounts, then, well, you know, it's a natural product because it's made from hemp. And if you're trying to sow chaos, like do what the DEA's done. They did say that THCO acetate is a synthetic because it doesn't appear in nature. So that one THC isomer variant, DEA has helpfully clarified as federally illegal. There are other federal agencies that don't share that view and that do consider these products to be federally illegal based on the Federal Analogs Act. There are not really a lot of court cases on this that would help us out. So states have been left to make policy for themselves, and many have seen fit to do what you're looking at doing, which is clarifying hemp legislation.
And I would state for everyone, if the people who are manufacturing this product, if they really didn't want us to ban it, they would be here today. Okay? So the fact that we have no opposition to this bill, take a letter, is that this is the right answer at this point to ban it. And if there's some point in time that they think that they can come up with a legitimate product that's safe, and that we have a study committee that will be able to listen to that conversation. But today we need to get this statute passed. Thank you very much. Representative Walsh. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to move things along, and we have other people want
Yes.
to speak, and
It's quick.
but it's going to be something new and different, right?
Somewhat. If you prohibit and you ban, doesn't that mean nothing, zero, zilch? So to touch upon Representative Terry's point, why does this have any percentage whatsoever? Why isn't it 0%?
So-
You can't answer the question.
I mean, I'm not an expert on hemp policy.
We don't-
The idea was policymakers wanted to draw a line somewhere, and they wanted to draw the line somewhere where plainly you could not grow the flower and smoke it and get high. And that is true of 0.3% THC flower. I think they were not thinking about all the things that could then be manufactured and processed from that flower.
Just like right now with beer, the non-alcohol beer, it says 0.5. Okay, that it has to be less than 0.5.
So we're
And-
not trying to
and-
ban
And
that.
my understanding is, and when I can pursue that argument, discussion was that sometimes you just can't can't get it all out. So believe it or not, you might be eating a fruit that has alcohol in it, less than 0.5 alcohol, and you don't know that, and they haven't tested for it. They don't label it because we never require them to label it, but that some fruit just naturally fermented and created an alcohol, but it's very low level alcohol. You can't get drunk from it, just like you can't get stoned from this stuff. Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Simon, for your testimony. I don't usually preamble my questions, but I'm going to do a little bit here. It's my understanding that these products exist mainly due to prohibition, right? They're loopholes around existing laws. And now we're talking about another prohibition to solve the results of the prior prohibition. And I guess we're not asking a question, what are the unintended consequences of prohibiting these products that exist because of prohibition? Could they go to the black market? Could they, if our taxes on regulated cannabis go too high, could these come in a black market approach to undercut those taxes? What are the unintended consequences, if you could speculate? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The consequences I'm most concerned about, which there are a lot of people who want to consume THC in New Hampshire and in the US. We know that. And they have options. Their options are to go to a regulated retail store in Massachusetts, which I think is a good option if you're going to consume cannabis. All of their products are independently lab tested, they're labeled appropriately, and sold in a responsible fashion. New Hampshire's therapeutic cannabis program, another example, well-regulated products, that's where I would want people to go. I would not want people to buy unregulated products if I cared about their health, because they might be just fine or they might be very harmful. The independent testing that has been done of these products has found that many of them are just not what they say they are. They either contain way more of the Delta 8 or whatever THC it is, or way less. Some of them contain Delta 9 THC without saying they do. And a lot of them contain pesticides, impurities, heavy metals that we should all be alarmed by, especially in the context of a vape cartridge, something you're inhaling directly into your lungs. So I can think of no case where I would recommend that a friend of mine go buy one of these products when they could be buying actual cannabis or actual regulated cannabis products. So I hope that helps.
Okay. We do have more people to testify. Maybe you can ask that next person your question. Okay? So thank you very much. Tim Egan, who represents New Hampshire Can.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'll try to be brief, and I may not be able to answer all your questions. Matt, I look as an expert, so you may end up calling him back. One second. Sorry, my computer's a little slow here. Good afternoon. My name is Timothy Egan. I'm a former representative from Sugar Hill and currently a member of the New Hampshire Canada Trade Council as well. Today, I'm here as the chair of New Hampshire Cannabis Association, the state's leading trade group for the cannabis industry and proponents of safe use of regulated cannabis. And I bring that to bear in this bill, Senate Bill 180, that we are proponents of regulated cannabis use. And this is why this bill is an issue and that we are here to support it. We are pleased to support Senate Bill 180 relative to product labeling and information guide requirements for cannabis products and the prohibition of sale of hemp products containing certain levels of THC. While the Farm Bill of 2018 allowed hemp to be defined in the legislation as a cannabis plant, yes, the same ones that produce marijuana, there is one key difference, that hemp cannot contain more than 0.3% of THC. And the key is that that compound in the plant is most commonly associated with people getting some type of high, and that more than 0.3% is where that psychoactive opportunity begins in the brain. In short, what was passed in the Farm Bill is that hemp should not be able to get you high. But the bill allowed innovative new cannabis products to be created that can give you that similar feeling, like a Delta 8 or a Delta 9. And like in all industries, innovation without regulation can have a negative impact. To that end, New Hampshire Can wants to participate in creating an adult use cannabis market that New Hampshire can be proud of. Allowing hemp-derived THC products to be sold without mandatory ID checks, consumer education, or independent lab testing is irresponsible public policy and undermines the goals expressed by this committee when passing House Bill 639. It's important that regulation in any type of consumer-oriented ingested product is followed intelligently. We support Senate Bill 180 so that we can ensure that all THC products are sold within a reasonably regulated system. This bill was developed with guidance from a coalition of stakeholders, the medicinal industry, healthcare professionals, educators, agriculture, and proponents of the adult use industry. It's important that the proponents, one of the key proponents of the adult use industry, New Hampshire Can, is here to support this bill. New Hampshire touts itself as pro-business and supports individual liberties and local control, wants low taxes, wants to draw young people to our state. But we can do all this and we can protect our consumers. We can protect our young people. It's important that previous testimony noted that there is no age delineation on being able to acquire this product. In fact, I did a test of similar to what Matt did when this came out. I was actually in Florida. I walked into a convenience store. I purchased it. They didn't ask me anything. I remembered it vividly because I had been a proponent of, legalization for the last 15 years. And I was surprised by, it was just hanging up there with the keychains and the gum and the mints, right at the counter where you can make your impulse buy. So it's important that we figure out how to regulate it. And if a House Bill 639 does pass through the Senate and does become law in the state, there are provisions in that bill to help regulate this industry. It's our assessment at New Hampshire Can that responsible public policy can be accomplished with Senate Bill 180. So I thank you for taking the time, and I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Representative Gibbs, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is the question that I was going to ask the previous testifier. Is it your expectation that House Bill 639 and the process that will be established, assuming that that is enacted, would greatly reduce the attractiveness of any products such as are described in this bill if they were to be sold on the black market?
Quickly, I'll say yes, but I would like to explain that. I think what's important in House Bill 639 that was as well in some of the amendments was that we included an educational aspect of if legalization was then passed, that the consumers of New Hampshire would be educated about what is in adult use THC products. And I think that's an important part that would come out in this, was be able to explain that there are other derivative products that could be harmful to you and explain the difference between adult use flower or edibles and a Delta 9 or a Delta 8. And so, yes, that bill would help better educate consumers and warn them about products that are produced without regulation, without control, and it could potentially be manipulated by the black market, which we have seen in vape cartridges tied to cigarette vaping.
Thank you.
Representative Spear.
Have you, excuse me, thank you. Have you noticed if the CDC is tracking any of the poisonings and problems that are happening with these oddball, unregulated hemp products?
I have not been following that. Actually, you're just going to give me more homework to do, because actually that'd be wise to do. But like similar testimony, I think we're understanding that until we begin to look into the reasonings why there are poisonings or ER visits or all of the commentary that opponents to adult use cannabis have articulated, making sure that we understand where those numbers come from and what it's attributed to. Are they blending their cannabis with something else? Are they using products like Delta 8 and Delta 9? I think that would be an important piece of research. And again, that's also in House Bill 639, is studying the impact of it so that we understand what our regulation does. I think, if I may commend this committee and commend Ways and Means, you all took an intelligent amount of time and a bipartisan conversation to create good pieces of legislation that has gone over to the Senate. We're hoping that the Senate sees that. But I think the research part, the study of impact part, the protections and support for law enforcement and utilization of operating a vehicle under use of a substance, those are all things that are in that bill that I think will help solve some of these problems that outlier industries like Delta 8 and Delta 9 are giving the bad name for the adult use cannabis industry.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. So I think I heard you earlier in your testimony, you mentioned that you purchased a vape pen in the state of Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is a nationwide issue. And I'm curious what other states, we can't be the first ones to notice this, right? What approach are other states taking, on the spectrum of legalization to complete prohibition? And there's a spectrum there. What other states are doing?
Thank you for the question. I wish I could tell you that I had time to focus on the issue with Delta 8 and Delta 9 in other states. I obviously have been focused on the issue with adult use here in New Hampshire, as well as in the state of Vermont, where I'm an educator in the Castleton Cannabis Studies program. But you just gave me an assignment for my students next semester, which is to look at the impact of Delta 8 and Delta 9, because I have not been able to. I've obviously been focused on sort of what I would refer to as job one, which was making a smart, intelligent, sorry for the repetitive, intelligent, adult use here. I will get back to you on that, though, Representative.
I'm sure our next speaker will have an answer for that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, Kate, you get the last word and answer all these questions.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm from New Futures, a public health policy organization that works on many different health policy issues, including alcohol and other drug issues. So that's why I'm here today. So I'll be very brief because you've heard a lot on this issue, but we are here in support of this bill. It is an issue that you are correct. New Hampshire is not the only state that is dealing with this. Other states are dealing with this. I have provided you a handout that does give you background information already very handedly provided to you by other speakers about the issue, but also what other states have done regarding trying to get their hands around this loophole. I do agree with Representative Hunt that this is very similar to some other issues that we've looked at in the past. To me, this reminds me a lot of the issue we had. This reminds me of what you always say when I was in the room when this happened, is that the powdered alcohol issue that we had 10 years ago or so, where again, this issue was coming up, somewhat dangerous product was being created, and there was no authority within the state to regulate it. And so it did remind me of the fact that the New Hampshire Liquor Commission was granted authority to then if it was to come into the state, to take care of it. So I did want you to know ahead of time that I did have conversations with the Liquor Commission. They do see this product. They are concerned about this product. They were supposed to be here today. They have said in the past that by prohibiting it, that would be easy for them at this point to just say, you know, you can't sell these in the state right now. To move into more of a regulatory structure would obviously be more financially, they'd need more resources for that. And that's something that they, you know, you can have that discussion with them. But it would be because they already, the way I understand that, have the licensure authority over most of these stores that are selling these, except for maybe CBD stores, that they would have the authority to say these products cannot be sold here. As far as, you know, down the line, what this could look at, some states have chosen to have them in the regulatory structure. I think that would be fine if we chose to go in that direction. I think the major concern, as you heard, is really just about the safety of these. So we would just expect to have the same standard of making sure that they are lab tested, these products are safe. But I think we are a little down the line from that because we don't have a regulatory structure for cannabis or hemp at this point. So I think this is pretty straightforward by prohibiting it at this time. And again, I would defer you to the Liquor Commission, but I think our conversations were that they identify this as a problem and felt that this was a good solution for now.
Okay. Questions? Representative Porcelli.
Do you happen to know if this product is being manufactured in New Hampshire, or is it all brought in from other states?
I
Thank you.
defer to others, but my understanding for the most part, it's brought in from other states.
Representative Hammond.
Mr. Chair, there's still an open question of what other states are doing to address this issue.
Yeah.
I think you said.
On the last page of this document, it gives you kind of a summary of different approaches other states have taken around it. So, you know, under on page 5, so prohibit the manufacture and sale of these. That's kind of, I think, what this bill is doing. North Dakota is doing that. Regulating it, it's showing you what states have, some states are, I don't think it points out specifically which states, but it kind of shows you different structures. And I can probably get you a more detailed map somewhere too. This is somewhat new, so it's evolving as we go along, but it does show you different regulatory structures or different polystructures states have taken.
Further question.
In your providing that information, is there a way that you can give us specific legislation, bills in other states that we
I
can
can,
look
yeah, I
at?
can look into it, sure.
All right, great.
I don't know if I can do it by this afternoon when you're executing on a bill, but I can
It's
look
just
into
a
it.
subcommittee, so
Yeah, I can see what I can find.
see what you can find for us. That'd be great. Okay. We're all set. Thank you
Okay,
very
thank
much. We'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 180. I would say that online there was 2 support and 4 opposed to this bill. And one on the blue sheets, Elizabeth Sargent from the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police are in support of the bill. With that, we'll move right on to our next bill, Senate Bill 201. And I see Senator Hanley is here. Chancellor.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Chair.
Senator Chandler. I apologize for this delay, but I'm
Thank you. I
sure you
appreciate
found
that.
that hearing very entertaining.
Yes, and it's interesting because I serve on Commerce and Judiciary in the Senate. So I was thinking, did I hear this bill? In which committee did I hear this bill? But so good morning, members of the committee. My name is Shannon Chandley, and I represent Senate District 11 in the state Senate. It is my privilege to be here before you for a second time this session, this time on a wholly different topic. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 201, an act relative to the sale of event tickets. I will note that this bill was changed, amended significantly in the Senate, and I think that the current bill before you is a very good bill and one which I will ask for you to look favorably upon. Quite simply, this bill provides some very limited but much needed protection for our New Hampshire small businesses and our consumers. There are a couple of people here who can give you firsthand accounts of their experiences dealing with tickets that are sold online for events at their venues, which are not authorized by their venues. It leads to tremendous confusion, loss of income. Often the consumers do not even have the ticket they thought that they were purchasing. Now, let me give you just a little bit of background. So shortly after the start of the pandemic, the governor established the governor's task force on reopening, and to which Governor Sununu appointed me. And it was our job to look at all various sectors of the economy and kind of figure out under which conditions that each could safely reopen to the public. That task force did its job and worked very closely from the start of the pandemic through probably May or June of 2020. But one of the things that came about, I worked very closely with folks in the arts community, both the performing and the visual arts, and with individuals and organizations. And one of the silver linings, and I think it's hard to say the pandemic had a silver lining, but one of the good things that came out of the task force and the work that was being done among the arts community is the way folks joined together to problem solve and collaborate and advocate. And I would say that this bill, SB 201, is a product of that continued problem solving and collaboration. The performing arts were incredibly hard hit by the pandemic, and they have recovered somewhat more slowly than other sectors, and the community continues to meet to address the problems. One significant issue that has emerged is the unauthorized reselling of event tickets at cost significantly above the face value by online outfits that are not affiliated with the venue, but often give the appearance of being associated with that venue. The digital component of this ticket reselling really has exacerbated and intensified the offense and its consequences. It's often deceptive, includes fraud and fakery, and there are some stories that I know you will hear that will boggle your mind, perhaps. This isn't, I'm not talking about the big national problem that many of us have heard about. What I'm really talking about is the problem as it exists for the producing and presenting venues and for the patrons in the state of New Hampshire. Our constituents are purchasing tickets from what they believe to be a venue box office for sums well above the actual ticket price. And what I mean by that is they could go to the venue or to the venue website and purchase a ticket, often for 1/3 of the price that is showing up on the website to which they have been directed. Quite often the tickets don't exist at all, or the vendor selling them the ticket doesn't yet own the ticket. So they purchase a ticket, and then the vendor from which they purchased the ticket then goes to the box office, purchases the tickets, and sells it, gets it to the patron. One of the problems with this is sometimes that ticket's already been sold. It's not available. So they're not necessarily getting the ticket they thought they were buying. What this bill does in its amended version is it requires those venues which are selling the tickets to patrons to do a few very simple things. It requires them to prominently display in bold type certain conditions. First, that the seller may not actually own the ticket, that the seller is a different entity from the venue, that the ticket may be part of a block or a zone and isn't necessarily the one the person thinks he or she is purchasing. And then finally, it requires the purchaser to acknowledge that the purchaser is aware of those circumstances. It is really important to our small businesses in the state, and certainly important to our consumers that we pass this piece of legislation. I'm happy to take any questions, and I do want to assure you that the folks who will speak after me can tell you the specifics about what they have encountered in their businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. I've been caught in this kind of thing myself, and it's horrible. But the problem, how would you legislate an out-of-state organization who's doing these kind of shenanigans to pay any attention to it? I mean, nothing stops anybody from putting anything they want online.
Well, I guess I would disagree a little bit that there are things to discourage people. And I think having the Attorney General's office, the Consumer Protection Division, act on this. If this is a violation of law and an organization is engaging in it, that can be filed with the Attorney General's office, and the Consumer Protection Division can act on it. I will say, there are penalties in place that they can put, what's the word I'm looking for, that they can put upon the those who violate it. And I'm not saying it's going to resolve all of our problems, but I'm saying it's the right thing to do to protect the consumer and to protect the businesses in the state. It is hard. I certainly do not disagree at all that enforcement of this kind of violation can be difficult, but it doesn't mean that we don't try.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question regarding the options given for what must be disclosed. And essentially, the seller has three options of what to disclose. One is that they don't actually own the ticket. The other is that it's a different entity than the venue where the event or performance is to be held. And the third is that it's a block zone or some other category rather than an individual ticket. My question is, if the seller, say, does not actually own the ticket and is a different entity than the venue where the event is to be held, don't we want both of those things disclosed, not just one or the other? Because if I were buying a ticket, I would want to know always whether or not the seller actually owns the ticket and whether or not the seller is actually the box office where I thought I was going to buy the ticket from.
Thank you very much for that question. My understanding and my intent is that all of those things would have to be disclosed if all of them were true. Whichever one is true, all must be disclosed. And if for some reason we think the wording isn't saying that, I'm open to rectifying that problem.
Then follow up, then we do need to revise the language to say and
We
rather than.
will be putting this bill to subcommittee and working it.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. I may have not read the amended, I'm not sure which version I read, but I guess I wanted to clarify that this would not impact an individual who had a ticket they couldn't use.
Selling to a friend, not at,
Even at a higher
to
price.
another person, not
Okay,
at all.
perfect, thank you.
Even though it doesn't say that it's supposed to be online, right? The bill's supposed to be an online purchase?
Yes, these are.
Yeah,
for-
even though it doesn't say it, so, okay. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. You mentioned loss of income. I'm curious what loss of income and how this would fix that.
So, and this is a can be a very big question and a difficult question for the venues. One way that it would result in loss of income is dependent on how the venue handles it. So, for example, a person may purchase 2 tickets to go see an event at one of our local theaters. The person purchases the tickets from one of these online resources, and it turns out when the people get to the venue, the tickets are not good, that they were somehow, they either were not purchased, the seat has been sold twice, it is a fake. Then the venue then has to deal with some very disturbed and upset patrons. It's the people at the box office who then have to try to explain the situation, and the folks who paid the money are out. They have lost that money. So one way or another, someone has lost money. The people who paid for the tickets that don't exist would have lost their money. The box office, and I believe that sometimes the box offices will find those patrons a seat, but they're not being paid a second time for those seats. So the box office is actually out because they're providing a ticket to people who didn't actually pay them for the ticket. And the other issue, which is a little bit more complicated and isn't addressed necessarily by this bill, but it is, what are you paying for? And the idea is that you're paying for, your ticket is in some ways a license. It's a license to sit in a particular seat for a particular performance. And, it's a different question, I think, who has established that contract and between which parties does that contract exist? But that is a slightly different issue from the one that this bill addresses.
Follow up.
Further question?
Okay, so what you just described, at least the situation where somebody goes in and they don't actually have the tickets or they were fake, I mean, that to me already sounds illegal, so I'm not sure how this law would fix that. Or is there some gap in our law that allows this illegal, what sounds like should be an illegal practice to exist?
I think
selling a fraudulent ticket should be legal, right? No?
Yes, it should be. And I think that this makes it very clear. So one of the things we have, so for example, let's say a person comes in and says, well, I paid $150 for this ticket, but I see right here that you're selling tickets for $50. That often it's creating a problem with the venue. And I think one of the things you'll hear, well, buyers should be aware of these things. Many of these websites are set up so well and you are so easily directed to them that buyers can't be aware of things that aren't disclosed to them. So what this bill is attempting to do is attempting to help the buyer be aware by putting in the conditions under which the ticket is being sold.
Thank you.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking our questions. I guess I have 2 unrelated questions, if I may. The first one is, what is the penalty if someone is caught doing this?
So it would be the
There's right of private action, so you have triple damages.
So it's consumer.
This is
It's consumer protection.
Violation of the Consumer Protection Act.
and the AG would pursue that.
Okay. And a second question.
Or you can pursue it yourself. You're the right of private action. Further question.
Second unrelated question. I'll paint a scenario. There's a concert I really want to see. The tickets are very expensive. Maybe it's Barry Manilow or Burt Bacharach or Neil Diamond. but something I really want to see. I've been dying to see. But then I have a family emergency, and I spent all this money on these tickets, and the money means a lot to me. And I want to sell the tickets on eBay so I can recoup my money. Would this apply to me?
I don't think it does. it was originally way the bill was written, it would have applied to you. I think in this case, if you're selling something on eBay, that's a completely different structure.
Okay, well, we'll sort that one out. Okay, we have a lot of other people.
But I think she might
Okay,
address it.
Representative
This-
Spear.
It's a short question. You've listed some things in the bill that need to be on those websites that are selling the tickets, and that all seems fine. Shouldn't we have information on the venue itself, putting up information? Because let's say I'm going to go to a concert. The first thing I'm going to do is go to the venue, and there should be some kind of big thing here. Don't buy the tickets unless you see these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know that there is an issue.
I do think that is a very good question, and I know that two of the other folks who are here are affiliated with venues and can really address that better than I can. I do know also, and I really ask all of you to go online, choose one of the concerts or performances that are taking place in the state. Go online and I would even suggest, go online and just see what the process is. See how quickly you can be redirected to a site that isn't the authorized venue, and then see what kind of information is available to you there. It's fascinating when you do this. We have so many wonderful small venues in our state. Every one of you probably has, or if not in your district, nearby your district. Reach out to those folks, the people who are in your area or near your area, and ask them if they've encountered this problem and what they are trying to do about it.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't the problem, and this is something that I've run into not actually with concert venues myself, but rather with hotels, that you can go online and search for something and be directed rather than to what you thought you were going to purchase something from, instead to a broker. As I said, this has happened to me with hotels where I went online to search for a hotel to reserve a room and discovered later on that the site where I had reserved the room and put down a deposit was actually a broker, not the hotel. And I only found this out when I discovered that customer service
Okay,
at the hotel.
I think we
Yeah,
get the question.
So isn't
we got the
that,
question. We know the question. Yes, I think she gets the question.
Isn't that the problem? That when you search for the venue, you may in fact get something else. And if that other site doesn't tell you, you're up
Downside
the
of the
creek.
internet. That is correct.
Yes. And I think this will help consumers understand what they're doing.
So putting the warning on the
No,
venue
okay, we got-
website wouldn't solve the problem.
Okay. Thank you. Would you believe?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator.
You are welcome. Thank you for your
Okay.
consideration.
So we do have several vendors here, but what I think the next person I want to bring up, Mary Stewart from the Attorney General's office, who doesn't take a position but would like to give us some insight on enforcement of this statute,
Yes.
if we were to pass it.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Mary Stewart from the Consumer Protection Division, and so the way this bill is structured, which is good, it's as a violation. If you do not do these proper disclosures, it would be a violation of the Consumer Protection Statute. So to answer one of the questions that came up, the Attorney General can clearly enforce New Hampshire law against entities that are out of state that are doing business in New Hampshire, so it would cover that. And the damages that are available under the Consumer Protection Statute would also be damages that a person could pursue, which are actual damages. But if we do it, it would be restitution and possible civil penalties as well. So So that whole piece is good. We do have just one concern really about enforcement, and that is, and this was kind of alluded to some of the questions, the term seller is not clearly defined in the statute. So in the situation of if a consumer were to file a complaint, they bought a ticket online, let's say the online platform was more of a broker instead of the actual individual that was selling the ticket, it raises a question of who is responsible to provide these disclosures. Is it the broker like StubHub or some of those others entities, or is it the actual individual? And that just goes to who are we pursuing? Who are we seeking to enforce the statute against? And that's our primary comment. The other thing, and this could just be we weren't sure where when you say a ticket is being resold in a block zone or other specific grouping of ticket, that wasn't really clear to us what that meant. And my third comment, which we didn't catch but was an excellent comment that was made, is if all of these, I totally agree that the way this is written, even if all three of these disclosures were apply to the ticket, the way the statute is written, only one would have to be disclosed technically. So that certainly should be addressed as well. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Evidently we do. Representative Terry.
So to be perfectly clear, in response to this, your concern is that this might actually apply to Representative Ammon, who is attempting to resell his ticket on eBay.
Well, we actually talked about that, and we don't think it would because this is under the Consumer Protection Act, which regulates trade or commerce, an individual that's not kind of in the business of selling tickets wouldn't necessarily fall under the larger scope of the act.
Is that
Further question being
so?
questioned.
Is that clear from your reading of the statute, or could it be clearer, or is this just your interpretation
So
based on
defining the
surmising?
seller, I think that's why defining who the seller is
Okay.
really important. Yeah.
Seller needs work.
So
Yeah.
it needs work.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at line 11 on page 2, where it talks about acknowledgement, and it uses some internet terms with checkboxes and radio buttons and so forth. So if I'm on the street and I'm wearing a trench coat and I open it up to you and I say, "Would you like to buy some tickets?" What would the acknowledgement look like in that scenario?
Well, what was the acknowledgement? I guess it has to have some indication of acknowledgement. So this is contemplating that the purchaser, I mean, you'd have to show that the purchaser acknowledges the disclosures that you are making. I guess,
Yeah,
I mean, arguably, I would say it would need to be in writing, some sort of writing. I don't think that this bill is really targeted to kind of person-to-person sales.
Right. So let's get back to the sponsor said.
Yeah.
It was intent that this was an internet transaction.
Yeah.
So again, if we're going to pass this, there's a lot more meat that needs to be added.
That needs to be added, I would say.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have 3 venues. We'll start off with a former state legislator, Peter Ramsey. And Pete, I feel like we've done this before.
It's good to be back. I was here for about 30 years, starting at 21, and loved my time here, and am very proud. And thank you all for serving. It's hard to be a elected representative nowadays. It's not easy. I don't think it ever was, Mr. Chairman, but thank you all for serving. So I run the Palace Theater in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm very proud to do that. I want to thank Senator Chanley for her great work on this. She's become a good friend over the last 4 years. She made a tremendous difference during COVID. The Palace Theater, for example, was closed for 17 months. It cost us $7 million. And Senator Chanley helped us raise some money. It was wonderful. So to go to this bill, this is a bit complicated. And I brought my phone, not to be rude, Mr. Chairman, but if you type in Palace Theater, you automatically will see 4 or 5 ticket sellers. I don't call them resellers. They have copied our website, and they are selling our tickets to every show we do. We will do this year about 400 different events. We opened Rent on Friday night. It's our production. We have 20 professional actors from around America here for a month. And on Friday night, we had 600 people at the theater in Manchester from all over New England. And a woman came up to the box office 5 minutes before the show and said, "My ticket won't work at the door. We have a ticket scanner at the door." And she said, "My ticket doesn't work." Well, if you looked at the ticket, it wasn't our ticket. It was a fake ticket sold by Vivid Tickets, which is a big operation. And our tickets, if you call the box office or go under our website, are no more than $45. That's what we charge on purpose. We're a nonprofit venue. We want people in New Hampshire and Manchester to come to the Palace to improve their everyday life. We work hard at keeping our tickets cheaper. This poor woman had paid $200 a ticket. She had 2 tickets. She wanted, number one, she wanted a ticket that worked. Number 2, she wanted her money back. Well, the Palace Theater can't give money back. I never got the money. It was sold to this Vivid website. And on the top of the Vivid website, in very small letters, you can't really see. You can't see it on your cell phone. It says ticket reseller. Well, it isn't reselling. They are copying our business and selling it online. And I think my friend Sal from the Capitol Center will repeat the same thing I'm telling you. It's only been going on for about 2 years. It never happened in the old days. As I said, I've been at the Palace for 25 years. It never used to happen. There always were people who had bought 4 tickets. 2 of their friends couldn't come. They would stand outside and try to sell it. I never complained about it. I was happy they were there. And oftentimes end giving tickets away to friends or something. And that's fine. I don't think this bill is addressing that at all. This bill is not perfect, but it's a good start. And I think that I'm not here on behalf of the Palace. I'm here on behalf of our consumers. We will sell about 150,000 tickets this year, almost every night of the week. And our consumers every night are being affected by this. Because think about it. Somebody tells you, "Oh, go see Rent at the Palace. It's a great show." You pick up your cell phone. "Oh, gee, I hope I can get tickets." And you don't think about it. I've done it before myself. I was in Manchester, England, and wanted to go see a sold-out soccer game. I ended up paying way too much. And I was offended, and I had trouble getting in the place. But so it happens all the time. It's big business for these fake websites. So I'm happy to answer any questions. It's very complicated, and I'm so proud to have the Attorney General's office here because I think they could make a big difference. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Lots of questions. Representative Thaxton.
Hi. I've never been to your theater, and I apologize for that, but.
Well,
so
if you want to come, I'll get you 2 free tickets. You can come next Friday night.
Oh, okay, good. That,
If they're over $25, you have to claim them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. You're right. I'm sorry.
If they're 45, it's a problem.
I'm sorry.
But
well, I can claim them. But my real point is, while you were talking, I looked at this. I found this Vivid Seats thing.
Yep.
And you'll be happy to know when I searched, the first thing that came up was your theater site. I had to actually go all the way down the page to find Vivid Seats.
Oh, good.
And so they claim that they have 100%, and I want perspective on this.
Sure.
I'm not advertising for them. They have 100 million seats sold, 100% buyer guarantee. There's no way in here I wouldn't know that, but the thing that I really want to make sure I understood the words you said correctly. In their website, they say the average seat at your theater is $95.88. Is that correct? I thought you said $45.
Well, this is where it gets really complicated.
The average price is $95 if I buy it from them.
On Vivid, but that's not reselling because they don't have my ticket.
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand, because if,
I
again,
think it's fraud, Mr. Chairman.
I mean,
Well, the question is that they'll say they'll go get the ticket for you, but you're going to pay twice as much for us to do the legwork for you.
But it's very complicated. But and I'd love to hear what the Attorney General's office has to say about this. But
She's left the room.
oh, okay. But they are not selling my ticket or our ticket at the Palace Theater. We control our tickets.
sure.
And what they're doing is copying our website, our show, the advertising for the show, which in itself is illegal. I have to pay rights to advertise for rent. They're not doing that. They're selling to the poor consumer a $95 ticket.
That I could have gone on the first website that came up and bought from you for $45,
Correct.
which I assume you would email to me or whatever.
Correct. Or you could pick it up at the box
Pick
office
it up
on the
at the
night of
box
the show.
office. Yeah, I'm old
Yeah.
school. I'd probably pick it up at the box office.
Right, right. And 70%, it's funny, when I first started in the theater business, 99% of tickets were bought in person.
Yeah,
Now 70% are bought online.
yeah.
So this is a real problem for the venues in New Hampshire.
Well, probably venues every place, but
Correct.
venues are concerns. to me.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. Have you filed charges against these people? I mean, they're obviously doing some illegal stuff.
I agree. I have tried. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I've called the FBI and a lot of different law enforcement people, and it's really hard to take action on a $200. Well, Friday night would have been a $400 fraud.
Then I
And-
have a follow-on question.
And the hook is that they haven't defrauded us. They've defrauded the poor consumer. And now, unfortunately, the credit card companies are not making the patron whole. So this woman started to cry. It was awful.
But
Further question, you may inquire.
you've said that they don't have the right to advertise rent. In the case that this thing, because you own the rights, that's a violation against you. If the FBI can't help and anybody else can't help, how are we going to help?
So, well, let's say, basically, why have you asked Rent whether they care enough to have them pursue the case? Because I'm sure they got lawyers and.
I
who would
have
be
not,
willing-
but it's a good idea, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's a good idea.
So, because they're the ones who are harmed, because you have to show harm, right?
Right.
Exactly. You're not the one harmed. It has to be the consumer to bring the case. So, okay. Any other, and Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to understand how this bill applies to the scenario that you painted. So the website has a very tiny font, right? Then the bill says it's got to be 14-point font. So that would apply. And then one of the three conditions has to be displayed. And then there's some kind of acknowledgement checkbox on the checkout. But other than that, that website they can charge whatever they want. They can't defraud a customer. Obviously, they have to provide a ticket for some price. But this bill would modify that reseller's website to this degree, and then they would still be able to operate, provided they give the ticket. Is that correct?
Well, it's complicated. And as I said, and I'm serious about this, I don't think this is a perfect bill. I think it's a great first start. And I'm proud of what the Senate did. I think it's going to help the consumer in that if someone defrauded for $400 or $500, I think that person then could call the New Hampshire Attorney General's office and let them go to work. If Vivid Ticket Company, wherever they are, if they start getting letters and notices from the Attorney General's office in New Hampshire for 10 or 15 or 20 people defrauded, I think eventually they're going to take action. Right now, there's nothing I can say to that poor consumer because I never had the money. It's horrible for the consumer. Is it a pain in the neck for the Palace Theater? Yes, absolutely. And we're deeply affected by it. It happens every single day.
Further question?
It's my understanding, maybe this is for subcommittee, that that scenario would be illegal, or at least our consumer protection laws would apply to that fraud scenario. Existing laws would apply.
If I was an attorney in the Attorney General's office in New Hampshire, I would make the call if I started to get calls from consumers. And I think there are a lot of them. Consumers that have been, I think it's fraud. You know,
So
I'm an
there's no doubt
attorney,
it's fraud. I guess for someone who has a little bit of experience about the Consumer Protection Act, the question would be is, notwithstanding Vivid, I assume they're not a New Hampshire entity.
No, I don't think so.
And they don't have any brick and mortar in New Hampshire.
Probably not.
So the question is, has any reseller in New Hampshire had been a problem?
Not that I know of.
Right. And that's really the fundamental problem, going to be the enforcement.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. The guy with 4 tickets outside your theater selling the 2 extra ones because his friends didn't show up, is that legal in New Hampshire or illegal? Scalping.
I never complained because it never bothered us. I was just happy they came. Honestly, I do not know.
No, we do not have a ticking scalping law in New Hampshire. And that's the last time we saw. I have seen you at the theater. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you, members of the
Peter Lally, representing Nashua Center for the Arts and Colonial Theater in Laconia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Still morning. Good morning.
My name is Peter Lally. I'm the president of Spectacle Live, and we have venue operations in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. In New Hampshire, we operate the Colonial Theater in Laconia, as well as the newly opened Nashua Center for the Arts, and we also do the booking for the Flying Monkey in Plymouth, New Hampshire. And I'd like to commend Senator Chanley and those sponsors of the bill for this this approach. I won't repeat some of the endorsements and information that were given already, other than to say that feel the same way in terms of what the senator's comments were and Mr. Ramsey's comments were, but a couple of other notes. I think that the power in this, and again, I think we'd all agree, and those that have given information on this prior have said the same, that it's not a fix, it's not a one stroke that will fix everything, but I think it offers a good solution. And I've been involved in with some legislators in Massachusetts on some approaches that have tried to go into the transaction and all kinds of things that get super complicated. I think the power here is its simplicity and the fact that it focuses on the education and the disclosure of what that transaction is about. So Representative Hammond, your example of your Barry Manilow tickets, applaud you for that. That at least at least you would be aware that you then as the consumer would have the choice of whether or not you wanted to make that purchase, but fully knowing that you're not buying from an organization that is the primary seller. I don't know if it's practical, but to go one step further, it would be nice to have the disclosure include information on what the primary seller is, because these are real issues that we deal with day in and day out. A couple of notes on the loss of income. It is a consumer nightmare, as Mr. Ramsey noted, but there are a couple of other things that go directly into direct loss of income. One is that it locks up inventory that we would otherwise be getting revenue for. I can give you an example of tickets being sold on a secondary market site. We found out about that through our ticketing company, refunded those original purchasers. But those tickets were because they were transacted on a stolen credit card. Those that bought on the secondary market then show up to our sold out show. We as the venue are then never going to get. We have a choice. We can either never realize that revenue because now we've canceled those tickets, but we know those people. We don't know who those people are that bought the ticket. They're on our way to our theater. So we can either just not resell those tickets. We've given the money back, and when those consumers show up, put them in their seats, even though they've purchased fraudulent tickets, or B, resell those tickets, which is our contractual obligation to the artist, and then tell the people that showed up that night that I'm sorry, you purchased tickets that were originally purchased with a stolen credit card. They would have no way of knowing that. So we are in a terrible bind on that. Secondly, in terms of the ability of these secondary market sites to promote themselves. They do so very effectively on Google AdWords and other advertising platforms. We spend a significant thousands of dollars a year of our own for our own Google ads in order to just be in the mix so that when someone does search, our ad shows up next to theirs and we hope that they find their way towards the primary seller. So we're just playing combat against their advertising with our advertising dollars because, as you probably all know, the sponsored search in Google is showing up before the organic search. So there's definitely a direct loss there. Another comment on Vivid Seats, if you search Vivid Seats lawsuits instead of just Vivid Seats, you will see that there have been class action suits by both Pennsylvania and the United Kingdom, which is where that company is based. This is not a nice player in the marketplace by any means and has been had action against it on a number of occasions. And a last comment on the enforcement. Yes, it's difficult. But I think that shouldn't stop this committee and this body from pursuing this. I think it is another tool that allows us to forward the education of those that are purchasing tickets and allowing the consumer to make the choice. And I think, again, that's where you've got you're onto something here in its simplicity of just informing the consumer that they are not buying from the primary and they may be then, because we run into this all the time where people just didn't know that they weren't buying from us. We try to do that. We promote that whenever we have a show that goes on sale. We have language in each of those announcements to tell people to go directly to our sites and giving those addresses so that we try to combat that as much as we can. But we're up against some powerful adversaries who are trying to work it the other way against us, so that at least those that we hear time and time again from consumers that say, well, I wish I knew it looked like your site. How was I to know? Or they go through with the transaction and buy a ticket for 4 or 5 times what it was, and they do buy it, and then they get angry at us for selling it. How can you sell tickets at that much money? It's like, well, no, it's a third of the price if you had gone directly to our website. It is the information, empowering the consumer with the information is really the power of it, and it doesn't restrict the sale. It doesn't try to control the price. And I've seen, like I said, in Massachusetts, there's some legislation being considered that is getting way into the weeds on pricing and so on and so forth. And that gets really complicated. This empowers the consumer to know whether or not they are purchasing directly from the source, and that those organizations that are taking the financial risk and the ones that own those tickets originally and are contractually obligated via their contracts with producers and artists to steward them in a certain way. So I applaud the approach. Again, agree that it's not a fix for everything, but I think it takes a very sensible approach to informing the consumer about a very important issue.
Yes, Representative William.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For these local venues, are the venues the only place where you can buy a ticket for the venue, or do you contract with other companies to help sell you a ticket?
We have a software licensing contract with a ticketing system. So we're the ones who are selling the ticket. We control that transaction. We're the recipient of the funds when that, and the steward of those funds when that transaction happens. So we do have a software contract, just like, you know, you license a word processor or anything else. But yes, we are the seller and have full control of that transaction.
That wouldn't be Ticketmaster now, would it be?
It is eTix. It is not Ticketmaster. So it is a different provider. Yes.
But similar, similar.
You know, there's many different types of platforms, Ticketmaster being the most famous or infamous, and that's the software that we use is called eTix.
E-ticket.
Okay.
All right. Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly on line 9, page 2, I just want to understand number 3 there. If you could explain what that means in industry
Sure,
terms.
absolutely. So oftentimes, a reseller will go on to, when you go onto their website, you might see the opportunity to buy a ticket in balcony section F. And there's no specifics on the seat beyond that general location. And often there's language in there that'll also say, well, we're going to try to get you section F. We're not quite sure, but if you read really the fine print, which is nowhere near 14-point font, there's often saying, we're going to get you a ticket. We think we're going to get you balcony section F, and that's what we're selling you. What's happening is they don't own the tickets. The reseller doesn't own the tickets at that point. So they're good at marketing online. They will get that consumer to transact initially for 3-4x the face ticket price. Have that money in hand, and then go to our site and buy those tickets because they know that we had a bunch of inventory left in balcony section F that they monitored so that they can then buy from the primary, send those tickets to the consumer, and what's called the lift, retain the lift. The problem with that, besides that, you know, the ticket price is now 4x what it should have been, is that we don't have any relationship with that consumer. We don't know we just know it's been sold on our system. We can often detect accounts that are doing this, but that's not often easy, but sometimes possible. So that transaction is now a step removed, and that consumer thinking they bought from us actually bought from a company that looked and sounded a lot like us online.
Okay. Representative Purcelli, then Representative Post.
Thank you. On page 2, line 1, it looks like there's a verb missing. Reselling tickets to an event or performance. It seems to me like there's something missing unless the seller accomplishes the following. Is my first question, and then I have a quick follow-up.
We will
not
go
sure
through
if
this in this subcommittee.
Okay.
So
This disclosure would be effective if we could influence the websites to actually adhere to these disclosures. So in your opinion, would it be very difficult to try to get these websites that come and go to follow these very specific system type requirements?
I don't think it would be easy, but I think it's worth. I think that the education piece is important. The enforcement piece is difficult, but I also think that it wouldn't be just up to the consumer to enforce. I think that in our case, we have 3 different venues that we have a relationship with in this state, 2 of which we are the primary seller. It may be up to us to have, or a group of us that are. I know that was the case in Pennsylvania with a class action suit. It was from the consumer side, not the venue side, with Vivid Seats that was effective and settled. So I think it's a long battle. I also think and have shared this approach with Representative Gordon in Massachusetts, who is trying to find a solution to have some teeth in some of the legislation being considered there. I think it's got to be. We got to start somewhere, and this is a huge problem for consumers. It's a huge problem for the arts industry and for the live entertainment industry. I don't think it's easy to get them to do that, but it's a lot harder if we don't have the the legislation passed. And there are domestic sites as well. Vivid Seats is one that's based in the UK, but there are a lot of other sites. And there are a number of secondary sites that do try to play by the rules. StubHub is one that does have a better reputation than others and has made an effort to follow different different laws and regulations that they're subject to. So I think there will be some adoption by those that are trying to play in the secondary market space, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And there are those players. It's not all Vivid Seats. It's not all fraud. It is a lot of legitimate companies taking advantage of the pricing inefficiencies in the live entertainment market. You've got an industry that is different from most in that we have fixed supply. So when we can't add more seats. We've got the capacity that we have. So the only flex in that is price when the demand outstrips supply. So there's a lot of companies that play in that secondary space that do try to play by the rules. And I think that they would adopt this. There are a lot that would be harder to enforce that wouldn't. But like I said, I think it's a sensible approach that starts somewhere.
And Representative Post.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. So I want to know, are you tracking how many weekly or monthly, how many people come in that have these fraudulent tickets?
It's hard for us to track because there are many occasions where someone will buy that second ticket on the secondary market, receive the ticket, come to the performance, and never knew that they didn't buy on the primary sale. That they paid X amount, they went to the show, and that was it. They never had the opportunity to know that they weren't, or probably never knew that they weren't buying from that primary source, or that they paid a significant amount over. So we do track it most of the time when we find out about it. It's because there's been our partner ticketing company, eTix, has a fraud department, and often they'll tell us, hey, we've seen this account with these characteristics be associated with some fraudulent transactions. Heads up, you should look for A, B, or C. Or secondly, we're dealing with someone night of the show at the box office that has an issue. It's not often that they're simply selling a fraudulent ticket. It's often that the transaction itself was opaque in terms of who they were buying from, and meant to be, it was a transaction based on misrepresentation of who they were buying from.
So just follow up.
Further question, inquire.
So with that, what you're saying is you lose the money from the ticket if the people don't come and say, if I
Well,
we received or
we will have received the funds from the secondary market.
You do.
So we were made, we would have received, they would have bought that ticket. Where we run into problems is if that ticket, we had an issue where a number of years ago where tickets were being purchased with stolen credit cards, so that, and then being dumped into secondary market sales platforms at half price because they weren't paying for the ticket in the first place. 50% is better than nothing, and it's all so that what we ended up with was people whose credit cards were stolen initiated a chargeback with the credit card company, so we lost the money in that case. And then the consumer showed up with a ticket that was canceled. So in that case, that was earlier, I was describing the kind of that A-B scenario. Do we just deny the consumer when they show up at the door, or do we lose the money? So often, most of the times, we are receiving what we put the ticket on sale for. The lift, so the 3-4x, the base ticket price that was paid, we don't participate in. That's a whole other, and I think that's kind of the some of the power of this approach is that it isn't focusing on that lift. That's a whole other ball of wax that gets extremely complicated, I think. But just the disclosure piece of saying, consumer, you are not buying from the original source of this, even though you may think you are. So there's just no there. The best that the secondary markets can do is look to represent themselves as closely to a primary ticket sale as they can, and being able to disclose and inform the public that that's not the transaction they're about to enter into, I think is a powerful approach.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
I have
Appreciate it.
one more card left. Salvador Pizio from the Capital Center for the Arts.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would say good morning, but we're past that point now. So, my name is Sal Prizio with the Capital Center for the Arts. I am going to be very brief today because my two colleagues did a fantastic job outlining some of the issues that have been presented before you today. I will highlight, though, that the Capital Center this year alone, and I'm talking about from September through now, has lost almost $20,000 in ticket sales as a result of we were victim this year of the credit card scams that have been going on. Stolen credit cards are used to purchase tickets for events. And much like was said before, the consumer came to our venue looking for those seats, but we had no idea that those people were even purchased tickets from us because those tickets had already been refunded by the credit card company because they were fraudulent purchases. So A, we were out the money from those tickets unless we were informed far enough in advance to resell them. And then B, we have a whole host of people coming to our spaces screaming in our faces that they spent $300-400 for tickets. And their only recourse is to go back to Vivid Seats and or other ticket companies and try to get their refunds from them. We have reached out to these companies time and time again with no results. We've asked them to at least disclose to us who the people were that bought the fraudulent tickets so that we could try to reach out to them again directly and try to make some sort of recourse, even though it's not our responsibility to do so. But it is our reputations on the line. So that is one of the specific examples I wanted to highlight to this committee here. The other 2 points I really wanted to make sure, and this is a bit of a kind of an education on a piece of our business here, is when we book a show, part of that contract is specifically designed. In that contract, there is specific language in there that says we are licensing the tickets from the musician or the artist or whoever. These are the specific contract stated prices, the number of tickets that can be sold at each individual price. So when I see third-party sites going and doing this, in my opinion, it's a violation of that contract, of which they're not party to, but still it's a direct violation of that contract. The other thing I think it's incredibly important to know for this body and in general, this is the education we're trying to tell people, is when you buy a ticket, it's a seat license. It's not a piece of property. So much like I heard in my Senate testimony, somebody had countered with, well, if I buy a car, I can turn around and sell it on the used car market for wherever I want. A car is your personal piece of property. When you buy a ticket to a show, you're essentially buying the right to go sit for that certain period of time and listen to that artist's intellectual property. A more accurate comparison would be, I paid for Netflix, so I'm going to go down the street to the movie theater and show Netflix movies and charge people for it. That's a more accurate representation of what you're doing when you buy a ticket and then turn around and sell it on the third party market. There's always going to be the guy outside of the venue holding, with a trench coat, maybe not a trench coat, maybe it's a windbreaker, whatever, selling tickets. This is a much more sophisticated operation. And like was said before, it's become a multi-billion-dollar operation. And it's affecting us. You asked earlier, how often is this happening? We are getting this at every single show now. Somebody showing up that spent $200, $300, $400 for tickets that were $50, $60. So they are, to the points that they were saying before, they're spending money on Google ads. We get the non-for-profit Google megaphone thing that tries to compete with it, but we're a small non-for-profit in Concord, New Hampshire. I can't compete on an advertising scale with Vivid Seats and StubHub. They're spending multi-million dollars to buy Google ads that outpace us. So if you were to Google right now, Marshall Tucker Band, Capital Center for the Arts, I guarantee you Vivid Seats, eTix, StubHub are going to be in the mix with us right there. Sometimes we show up, number one, sometimes we don't. But the problem is the consumer pays for it, and then we pay for it in lost revenue. So everything else was pretty well said by my colleagues, so I don't want to keep reiterating the same points, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Appreciate that. Representative Beelam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. before every performance, is there an opportunity for yourself or somebody else that works at the Capitol to explain or, do just a
So not o-
small, announcement?
We have the language on our website, and every time I do a curtain speech, I literally say to the audience, please buy your tickets from ccanh.com because I can guarantee the price and I can guarantee the ticket's real. If you buy it from anybody else, I can't guarantee either one of those things.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking our questions. And
Of course.
I realize we're going pretty long here. I'm curious from your business perspective, if these other third-party ticket sellers are a benefit to your business. Are you putting butts in seats that you might otherwise would not have if it weren't for this extended advertising reach of these third-party ticket sellers?
No, because they're not advertising on your traditional media like social media or anything like that. What they're doing is they're just paying Google ads to get when you do a search ad. So it's not anything that's increasing our attendance. In fact, I would say the opposite. I think they're parasitic to our
Right.
to
It
our
goes back
business.
to the question that Representative Gibbs, in terms of the hotels.
Yeah.
When I stay at a hotel, I know I know I have to keep going down the list till
Yeah.
I find the actual property's email address.
Absolutely.
Because their actual web page,
And-
because bookings is always at top.
Yeah.
Bookings is always going to be, and the other ones are always going to be at top, and hotels.com, whatever. So you gotta be patient and go down the list. And it used to be nice. They used to have a line. Google used to have a line.
Yeah.
Who was above, and then they got rid of it.
Because they make money on it too. I mean,
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, if you can actually go on Ticketmaster and buy tickets to events at the Capitol Center. We're not a Ticketmaster venue, and they call it their reselling tickets location. But what they do is that same thing. They use bots to figure out on our ticketing platform what seats are available. They don't even buy them. And if somebody wants to buy a ticket through them, then that bot will go and buy the ticket through us. And the thing, I think the important thing to take away from all this too, is that, again, we enter into a contract with an artist, and any of those markups, any of the lift that was said before, the artist is not participating in any of that. And we have specific lifts for VIP and all that sort of stuff because people are paying to see intellectual property in person. And if they're not participating in any of that additional revenue, then it's a loss to them and a loss to us who put out the guarantees and we take all the risk when we have an artist come into a space. So it's a double whammy for us. Now, look, I think this bill is on the 20-yard line as far as where we need to go as an industry. But it's a great first step in educating the consumer that you're not buying from us.
So this bill will go to a subcommittee, and you've given me a great idea for the solution to your problem. So we'll take it
Awesome.
up then.
Thank you. I appreciate all your time.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll close the public hearing finally on 201. I can see nobody signed the blue sheet, and online we had 5 in support, 3 of which were co-sponsors, and 2 people opposed. We'll close the hearing, and I'm assuming this next one is going to be a quickie. So I think we're going forward with it. So. And okay, so do I have a again? Yeah, you're gonna sponsor it for Gannon. Who's gonna? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Oh, Maya. There. Okay, Maya Harvey. Okay. Sorry about the delay.
No worries. All right. Well, good morning, Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce Committee. I'm Maya Harvey, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 66 on behalf of Senator Bill Gannon, the bill's prime sponsor. In 1932, Federal Home Loan Banks, or FHLBs, were chartered by Congress. They are cooperatively structured and member-owned wholesale banks that provide reliable access to low-cost funding and liquidity to support housing, finance, and community development. Banks, credit unions, and insurance companies located in New England are eligible to voluntarily join as members. Their interactions with banks and credit unions are governed by federal law, but insurance is under the jurisdiction of the state. Senate Bill 66 aims to align state and federal law to bring parity to FHLBs for banks, credit unions, and insurance companies. This bill would modify insurance insolvency regulation provisions specifically related to stays and voidable transfers. This bill ensures that insurance companies are treated similar to depository institutions, thus allowing them to borrow at the cheapest possible rate, so savings are passed downstream to consumers. Senate Bill 66 received unanimous support from the Senate Commerce Committee and passed on the consent calendar. I will defer questions to the industry experts here in support of Senate Bill 66, but if you do have specific questions for Senator Gannon, I can make sure he gets you an answer. Senator Gannon thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 66. Thank you.
We thank you very much. Okay, the chair's going to call on Keith Walsh from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston. And I apologize for this. Ironically, I had it fairly well timed for the two bills, but then this bill got lost in the hinterlands of the computer world. And if it wasn't for meeting you guys in the hallway, we might never have gotten it scheduled. So I chased it down, and that's why I snuck it in here. But obviously, the sneaking in didn't work as well as I would have liked. Yes, right. So, yeah, you hit the little button there. There you go.
Red light's good.
Yeah, red is
All right.
good here.
Thank you, Committee Chair Hunt and the rest of the committee for having me here to testify in support of SB 66. Ms. Hardy did an excellent job of summarizing a little bit about the Home Loan Bank and the bill. I'll try to keep these remarks brief. Just to reiterate, well, first introduce myself. I'm Keith Walsh. I am the General Counsel and a Senior Vice President at the Home Loan Bank of Boston. Home Loan Bank of Boston is one of 11 regional home loan banks chartered by Congress as a Depression-era measure in 1932. So we just celebrated our 90-year history. Banks, credit unions, insurance companies, and community development financial institutions located in New England are eligible to be members of the Home Loan Bank. We currently have 33 members in New Hampshire, and they're a mix of banks, credit unions, and insurance companies. We're government-sponsored enterprises and cooperatively owned, meaning we're owned by our members, those banks, credit unions, and insurance companies, and we only do business with our members. We're wholesale banks. We don't lend to individuals and consumers. We lend to banks, credit unions, and insurance companies. To access our liquidity, members pledge collateral. By federal statute, we're only able to lend on a secured basis, and that collateral is typically in the form of mortgage loans and mortgage-backed securities. The home loan banks, because we're government-sponsored enterprises, are able to access liquidity in the global capital markets on advantageous terms, and we pass that benefit on to our members by making low-cost loans to them. That's government-sponsored enterprise status also means we can access funds in the global capital markets throughout all economic cycles, whether it was the Great Depression, the pandemic, or more recently, the March banking crisis, where two high-profile bank failures created some instability in the banking industry, and the home loan bank stepped up by raising record amounts of funding to meet the needs of our bank and credit union members. The Home Loan Bank of Boston also does a number of things in the community in this region. We set aside at least 10% of our net income for affordable housing initiatives, both rental and home ownership. We have 2 down payment assistance programs for low to moderate income families. We have a program called Jobs for New England that makes subsidized loans available to our bank and credit union members that they can in turn make loans to small businesses in New England to create or preserve jobs in the region. And in 2023, we'll launch a special purpose credit program that will provide down payment assistance to people of color in an effort to bridge the racial homeownership gap. So with all that as background about the bank, The specifics in SB 66, as Ms. Hardy alluded to, are designed to create parity between federal laws applicable to your New Hampshire banks and credit unions and state insurance laws which apply to the New Hampshire insurance companies. Under federal banking laws, the Home Loan Bank is afforded protections that don't make us subject to a stay period or any clawback risk with respect to our collateral if a bank or credit union were to fail. We do not have similar protections under New Hampshire's insurance code, and that is exactly what SB 66 would be designed to introduce into the insurance code. Although the subject matter of SB 66 is an insurance company receivership, I can tell you that as far as I'm aware, there's no imminent risk to the insurance industry in New Hampshire or anywhere else in New England. Instead, SB 66 admittedly addresses an extremely rare what-if scenario, but as a heavily regulated financial institution, the Home Loan Bank is expected to plan for those exceedingly rare what-if scenarios, and the certainty provided by SB 66 to the home loan banks does just that by ensuring that we could continue to provide liquidity to our insurance company members in New Hampshire right up to the point of receivership and not have to have concerns about the availability of our collateral. I can tell you that similar legislation has become law already in 24 states. We're pursuing similar legislation during this legislative session in both Massachusetts and Vermont. Resource constraints alone, we might have been in all 6 New England states this session, and we'll probably be in those other 3 next year. So in closing, I thank the committee for their consideration of the bill and stand by for any questions you may have.
Hopefully you have a copy of your testimony because the clerk would.
I think I handed it
Oh,
to
did get past
Representative
it.
Walsh.
Okay, great. All
Making
right.
its way around.
Yeah. Yeah. Just make sure I understand. What's the difference between the Federal Reserve and you guys? Are you part? Do you get your money from the Federal Reserve also, or are you?
We're not the government. The federal home loan banks are government-sponsored enterprises who are member-owned. So we're privately owned, and we're owned by our members who are the banks, credit unions, and insurance companies. So we are privately held institutions, not the federal government.
So are you owned by other banks?
We're owned by the banks, credit unions, and insurance companies in New England.
Okay.
And we currently have 427 banks, credit unions, and insurance companies that are our shareholders.
Okay. All right.
Good question.
Right, Representative Terry.
Thank you. So, since you've been in existence since 1932, and it sounds like the structure, the members have been in place since 1932, that is the banks, the credit unions, and the insurance companies. Why now with respect to this particular issue, as opposed to 10, 20, 30, or 40, 50 years ago?
Good question. And I would say, although insurance companies have been eligible to be members of the Home Loan Bank since 1932, only about in the 90s or early 2000s did we really see an uptick in insurance company membership. And with that uptick in membership, our regulator became focused on the disparities between how the law treats our business with our insurance company members and how the law treats our business with banks and credit unions. And I think that those 24 states that have passed this legislation in 2010, that might have been 1 or 2. This has really been an effort over the last decade to pass this similar legislation in all of the states in the United States, and we're making some headway.
Further question, may
So
inquire.
just to be clear, the eligibility has been in place since 1932, but it's been more recently that insurance companies have a greater
members.
involvement, and that's why this issue has emerged.
Correct.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and taking questions.
My pleasure.
In the previous presenter, Ms. Harvey, she used a term that I'm not familiar with. I thought maybe I'd ask you. It's stays and voidable transfers. That seemed to be significant in what we're talking about here. If you could just explain that.
Correct. So stay, think of it, another term you might see used in certain states' laws, it's like an injunction. So a stay would mean if an insurance company in New Hampshire entered a receivership, there'd basically be a pens down, everyone full stop on exercising your rights as to that insurance company, whether it's a policyholder, a secured creditor like the bank, or any other creditor. There's a corollary in federal bankruptcy law called the automatic stay. So I think that's why it's often referred to that. The voidable preference, I would put those broadly in the category of clawback risk. The risk is that once a company enters receivership or bankruptcy, it's the risk to you as a secured creditor that somebody's going to come back, try to claw back your collateral, your interest in that collateral. Those are the 2 points that are being addressed by SB 66 with respect to New Hampshire insurance companies, and for which the banks, the federal home loan banks, already have protections under federal law.
Ironically, the only insurance company we've ever had was actually called the Home Insurance. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, Doug. It's between you and lunch.
Hi, my name is Doug Bartlett. I'm the Director of Financial Regulations for the Insurance Department. And I'm here to say that we are in support of the bill. We have 10 insurers that actually use this. And I didn't hear Keith say this, maybe he did, but they buy stock in the home loan bank. And so these 10 companies that buy stock are eligible to borrow money. We only have one company that has actually borrowed money that still owes some. And like he said, it's a liquidity thing. We had one of our companies that wrote federal crop insurance. And, by the time they get the premium, it's like a year and a half after they wrote the policy, and they did use it for liquidity. That company was bought by AIG, and they don't use it anymore. But so those are the 2 instances I know that New Hampshire companies have actually borrowed. But it is some large lines of credit. Our 3 Liberty companies combined are $2.2 billion in what I'd call capacity to borrow if they had to.
Levels the playing field for the insurance companies to be in the base, yeah.
Closer, okay. Any questions then?
Okay.
So-
Representative Terry.
So the department, I take it the department does not have any concerns with this bill, and you're fully in support of it? Or
Yes,
you're fine?
yes.
Okay. Up to this point, though, there have been no problems.
No,
that-
as long
that
as I
are-
keep
that
my
are
company
envisioned by
solvent, we're
the
all
remedy
set.
of this
The
bill.
home didn't invest
Sure
way
will.
back when.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 66. All right, that means we've heard all our bills, committee members. We've heard everything so far. We'll start with liquor laws this afternoon, liquor bills this afternoon, and then next week we will do insurance and banking. I haven't decided which one to do, the morning and the afternoon. Anybody have any choice? On Wednesday the 3rd.
So I need to be somewhere the afternoon.
Okay.
Wednesday.
So the morning, so we'll do business in the morning.
Is that all right?
Yes. Okay. Business in the morning, insurance in the afternoon next Wednesday. Other than that, we're done for the day for hearings. in this subcommittee? Tuesday, Walls, Hunt, Burrows, Gibbs. Okay. Great. All right, so first one I have here, Senate Bill 21, relative to the due date and delivery of monthly reports and fees to the Liquor Commission. I don't think anybody had a problem with that one, right? Okay, so this was Senate Bill 21, and this was to move the reporting dates from the 10th to the 15th. Okay. All right.
I'll move to pass.
Okay. So what I do is I circle the names
No,
who are here,
right.
and then you put you
Common.
move up to pass,
Yep.
and
Seconded by.
I'll second it. And okay, all those in favor of ought to pass, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Representative Gibbs.
Sorry, in spite of what the agenda says, I'm not on the liquor subcommittee. I'm on the insurance subcommittee. I've
she's
just
got the old
reminded.
list, right?
Yes,
So Representative Sullivan is on it. That's right.
that's right.
Got it.
They got the wrong printout. I was thinking that.
It's not my
Okay.
mistake.
All right. Vote passes 6-0.
Yep.
She just like 6-0.
OTP.
Second one, for the board vote. That was an amendment. Yeah, but that's fine. You don't have to pass. Just write 6-0. And then just say any discussion.
No discussion.
Just say no. Nobody had any issues. No any issues.
The afternoon schedule
Yep.
with the team on it?
Oh, you want to do that? Oh, yeah, I can have do that. Sorry, I was
What are you asking for?
The afternoon schedule with.
Yeah, that's fine. I got something, so we're all right. Okay.
He's got it.
All right. Senate Bill 37, establishing a commission to study hospitality and tourism education in New Hampshire. Oh, God.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a comment on this one, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a list of proposed members of the commission.
Yep.
And it seems to me that it would be useful to add someone who is a worker in the hospitality industry. I don't think very many of them are unionized, so I don't know that we could go about it that way, although I'd be
We have
perfectly
to go-
comfortable.
Yeah, what association do they have to get them appointed?
I don't know, but I think it would be worth finding out and including an amendment. The amendment could start with just a representative or simply a worker in the hospitality industry, and then the chair of the commission could find out who to get a recommendation from. However, if you would like, I will inquire and see if I can find anything.
Okay, you can inquire. We don't, this is just a study commission. Other than that, adding a member, I don't, anything more than that, but.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm just saying, it's only a study commission, so that would be the only amendment, otherwise, in terms of having the subcommittee, we have any strong opinions one
What
way
about
or the other.
Representative Patusek? I mean, you're on the commission, you're on the study.
Yeah, we were on the Alcohol Tourism Commission.
Right.
A long time ago.
No,
Right.
but no, I was saying.
Yeah, you did talk about the study committee, commission.
Because, this is a commission.
This is a commission.
Because
This is not a
you're
study
on
committee.
You're on a special committee
Yeah.
that is studying the commissions or
Right.
committees.
This one has the criteria because it does have a repeal date, a sunset
Okay.
date.
Okay.
And Senator Innes, that's why I asked him
Okay.
if he would be willing to be on this and, be the first member, and he said yes. So it meets the criteria.
Yeah,
So I'm okay with an OTP on this.
I don't think it's needed.
It's not a big woo, and I think it's good.
I think they can all get together without establishing a commission.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
curious why we need it if UNH has a thing that apparently the Senate didn't even know about.
agree with that. I don't know why UNH can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, UNH already has a program doing that. That's
Well, Innes isn't he part of the UNH? Isn't he a
Yeah,
chancellor or
he's a
something?
professor there.
If they don't want to do it,
I mean, but UNH has a program on this. I don't get why we need a committee on how to educate people when UNH supposedly is doing it and maybe just needs to market the program better. I mean, I'm generally supportive of study committees, so if we want to do it, that's fine. I'm not saying there's a big cost if we pass it, but I was always confused by that.
Yeah, I could go either way on this. I mean, it's just, you know.
All right, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
can I speak on this, please?
sure.
Thank you.
Are you a co-sponsor?
Am I? No, Senator Minnis is the only sponsor.
Okay,
But the
perfect.
thing is, I was on the Alcohol Tourism Commission, and we got a lot done, but we never had a final report. What it says, no, we never did.
Well, but that was about the signage, right? To get you guys, allow you to put them on the blue signs for directional, because
Right, that was-
there
that
was a
Yeah, that was part of it.
transportation had a rule against
But it never
alcohol
happened.
or something, and
And-
on the highway. So
The
so that was a well focused study committee.
Yeah, this one is, under A, examine existing hospitality and tourist programs in community colleges and universities. Take a look at the curriculum. That's all it says. And make sure that they are doing programs which do focus on tourism. That's all it says. That's what A is.
why do we need a study committee to when?
Well, somebody thought it was important to make sure that we are focusing on the tourism stuff in college, because tourism is big bucks for the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah, but that's a college curriculum issue.
And there is one. That I
It
guess. is
might,
one.
and there was one in UNH. I mean,
well,
my
it still
son
is.
went to
They said it's
Denver,
the second oldest in the
University of Denver, and they had a hospitality program. And
Okay, I can go either way on this one too.
okay, so you're going to make an ITL motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second it. Any discussion on inexpedient to legislate? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mr. Chairman, so if it's going to be ITL, then my proposal to inquire is pointless.
That is true.
And
But we
and
did
so-
write that you thought it was lacking that position.
yes, but if we're not
was
going
duly
to pass
noted.
it, then I won't bother inquiring.
That's good idea. Okay. All right. Last but not least, relative to product labeling and information guide requirements for cannabis products and prohibition of the sale of hemp products containing certain levels of THC. So the only thing I see is we need an amendment. Chris, Dean, we're going to need an amendment to make it 0.3. Speak now or forevermore hold your peace. Any other? In terms of the liquor commission, that their job is to enforce the law, and obviously they're already in there.
I have a question.
Yep.
So right now the liquor commission doesn't regulate like other stores that sell it, like CBD stores. So if they're selling these things as well, who will regulate that? Because that seems like an obvious loophole in this law.
Well,
Yeah.
the liquor commission does go into most of the stores that sell these because
If-
they sell tobacco.
Right.
But
Okay.
if they sell
but like-
tobacco or vaping equipment, so if they only sold just CBD,
They don't go in there.
They don't go in there. Yeah, I don't know if those stores exist, but if they do, it seems like an obvious loophole that wouldn't
that's
solve this
that
problem.
would be a loophole if they were just
Yeah.
that narrow.
Once we pass the cannabis legislation, then we can.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
I do remember the first time I saw a CBD was I was at Dandy's, and the woman across there, it was a beauty beautician. She
Oh, the salon.
salon, and she had a CBD sign in the window,
Oh, yeah, my neighborhood.
and they would sell CBD.
So like, is there one of those in the state, or are there 100 of those? I don't think
I-
any of us know,
I-
but
I don't even know. I don't even know if she's still in business, but
Yeah.
or whether they're. I mean, in terms of those type of people who are selling CBD, they're going to be more. It's a health conscious type item, so I don't think they're going to be into Delta. This Delta thing is more of a what I would call an off premise licensee. Be
so
more apt to
you're
be
saying
selling.
that you think that the people who are in CBD aren't probably selling these cartridges that we're concerned about? Is that what you're saying?
Right. But needless to
seems like
say,
it's
if
still
they
opening up
were,
a- it's still
but if they
opening up a
were,
loophole.
then that law enforcement in that community could charge them to or get them to shut it down.
So if somebody discovered it, then they'd have to
Right.
report
I
it or
mean,
something.
it's the old classic: somebody drop a dime on them.
Right.
So, and
I'm just
sure
trying to
that-
think if there's another
I'm sure
loophole.
those ATCs will drop dimes on people if they see. They got nothing better to do. They go, right. But, yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you. It's a dual question. Asking for a friend.
Right.
Does the Liquor Commission need to be trained as to specifically what products are going to be null, not prohibited? And can current resources handle this?
I would say they'll have to get up to speed. Yeah. So, further question?
Further question. So when this gets passed, and the Liquor Commission agents go into convenience stores, of which there are many, and
Right.
find these products, do they confiscate them? Do you know? Or because if you're relying upon the convenience store people to do it, I doubt
They
it'll
will.
be like
They would come
okay.
in and tell the store to get it off the shelf.
Yeah, so it's not really being destroyed or
One of
gotten
my
rid
favorite stories about my visits to the Liquor Commission office every once in a while was at one point in time, there was a video poker machine sitting in the back room. And I go, oh, what's that doing here? He says, well, they're illegal. And they found it was in Manchester, it was a, situation, but he goes, everybody looked at each other. Whose job is it to get rid of this thing? And so the commission took it home and it sat there. I assume they finally destroyed it at some point, but and they confiscated it or they sold it on eBay. Right? So yeah, there is I would assume, and knowing the commission, and I'm sure Aiden's listening in, and you can text me, Aiden, is that they're part of their mission is to educate. So yes, that once we were to pass the statute, that they would be aware of it, and they would be, that if they go into these stores and see it, but you have to know that what really drives a lot of the stuff is someone dropping a dime. In other words, that you go into a store or I go into a store, and I see this and say, you can't sell this.
So should there be additional verbiage on this that says that the Liquor Commission will see to it that the product is confiscated and or
Yeah,
destroyed?
I'd have to find out from them.
Because otherwise they can just sell it, with as our vice chair said, open up his trench coat and say, "Hey,"
No, but that's that we consider the illegal market. Yes.
Well, yes, it would become part of the
they're
black
not selling
market.
it behind the jack. They would be hanging out.
Right.
But I remember when this whole spice thing went down, And yeah, there was a lot of them. There was a behind the shelf, under the counter type issue. But in terms of, so you beg the question, have they really solved it? Are there still some off-premise licensees that potentially have that behind the counter? Who knows?
So.
That who knows? But this goes back to Keith's issue: is why pass a law against something if you really can't truly enforce it? And the argument the other side is you got to do something. You got to get it on the books. You do have some effort, to make it illegal and make it clear it's illegal.
Yes,
But
make
if
it illegal.
the problem with any law, it's is only as good as somebody is aware of some breaking the law and can enforce it.
I know. And that, Danielle from the Liquor Commission was supposed to be here, but she was out sick today. She
Okay.
was trying to get somebody to take her place for the Liquor Commission to be here. So probably during our executive session, we could certainly make sure that someone from the Liquor Commission will be here.
Yeah, I would like an answer as to what happens to the product. That when the
But what
liquor-
actually happens to the
what
product?
happens to the product? That, if this is enacted within, 60 days,
Right.
then.
Yeah, they'll
does-
just ship it to some other vendor, somebody some other state that doesn't have a law.
Would you know that? Yes, yeah.
So we have tried to have this conversation with the folks from the Liquor Commission. My understanding is that they would initially make them aware that this is not legal to sell in New Hampshire, perhaps suggest that they ship it back to the manufacturer or something like that. And that if they were continuing to sell the product, then there would be enforcement. With regard to other businesses that might be selling these products, I don't think any of us envision this bill as a comprehensive 100% solution. These products are available mail order. So there's nothing New Hampshire can do to stop somebody from ordering it from Texas and having it delivered. What this bill would do is make it very clear that New Hampshire law does not authorize the sale of these products. So it would allow enforcement, my understanding, at the licensees we've already mentioned. And what a few states have done, recently the Connecticut Attorney General's office did a statewide crackdown. I believe they sent cease and desist letters to businesses that were selling these products, and then any that were still doing so as of a certain date, they actually raided them and confiscated the products. So that may be an option for New Hampshire once it's clear.
There will be some training would be updated for all the enforcement. But he says at the end, if it is an illegal item, they would need a court order to destroy it, the evidence. So they could is that, I assume, Adrian, that means they can confiscate it and then hold it and wait till they get the court order to destroy it? It's a whole brave new world.
Mr. Chairman?
Doing it this way, but we'll
Mr.
see what
Chairman?
happens as a response. Okay.
But at least this bill would help get it off the counter where teenagers are picking it up. I mean, that's really the most.
At the end of the day,
disturbing
we're
thing.
taking care of this loophole that's in our statute. He says the answer is yes. That's what would happen. So they would be able to confiscate it, but then they would have to get
Thank
a
you.
court order to destroy the evidence.
But that's normal protocol and evidence anyway.
Right. So I assume that's what happened to that video
So it's
poker machine.
Nothing new.
Oh.
Either that, somebody took it home and have a, or they sold it on eBay. Okay.
So John, is there going to be an amendment to this guy? I hope.
Yes. So we have to have an amendment. So we can have a straw vote
For OTPA.
for ought to pass. Representative Patusek.
I move OTPA.
And Representative Burrows seconds. Moves ought to pass / with amendment. That moves 0.03 to 0.3. Okay, any discuss, yes. Yes, that need to be correction. So Aiden tells me that the machine was steamrolled. So I guess it didn't make it to eBay. All right. Yes. Any discussion? All those in favor ought to pass with amendment, raise your hand.
That's all of
3,
us.
4, 5, 6. Okay.
Means I gotta write the blurb.
All right. We're done. We're out of subcommittee.
506 or whatever.